Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of you who work under that schedule. It should be my second day, but yesterday did not work out in that way. I tried, but ended up being a 0-word day. I hope the week has started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for what is left of it. Hello, Psych. Welcome to the stream. Your magic system sounds very interesting. I hope it melds well with the story you're going to use it in. My week has started. Yesterday I had a checkup, which is kind of why I was planning on working in the afternoon. When my checkups don't go well, it tends to sap my energy, my desire to write, so I tend to take the rest of the day off. But that one, everything went well, and I was here ready to work, and nothing happened. And I think what happened is I was exhausted. I was tired because I just stretched on my couch, and next thing I know, it's 2 hours later. So yeah. It was very hand wavy before you worked on it. You know what? That will happen. And in a first draft situation, it doesn't matter that much. But I'm glad that you figured out what you wanted to do with it. Today, being Tuesday, it is read and corrects. These are when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. While I do that, I will be recording it, so I ignore the chat while it's happening. Anything said will be addressed after the fact when I get back from the recording. Hey, Lucas, enjoy your lurk. Thank you very much. But yeah, magic doesn't have to be explained. The literal best example that can be given of that is Lord of the Rings. Magic is not explained in Lord of the Rings. Okay, maybe the books, but in the movies, magic just is. There is no grand philosophy. There is no deep rules of it. It simply is. Oops. What magic needs is consistency. You don't want to contradict yourself. So if you have magic work one way at one time, that needs to be to be there always. Or if there are exceptions, those need to be explained. Alrighty. So I am going to get. You like to think about? Oh yeah, no, and I'm not saying don't. It's simply for those out there who don't have the desire or energy to spend to set all that up, or those who are like me. Like, I'm a discovery writer. I cannot sit down and go, this is what the magic will be. I start writing, and then as I need stuff, I put it in. And then I make sure not to contradict myself. And I'll screw up. I'll screw up here and there. My co-scriptor pointed out something I did, and it may force me to completely rewrite a section. Well, not a big one, but I have interaction between elements, and he's kind of saying, "Yeah, this kind of contradicts what you've established before." So, yeah. And hello, good morning, Akla. Welcome to the stream. All right, so I am going to get this going by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am going to hydrate a little bit. Starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Tai, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 50 of Mind Your Step. With Ether holding his hand, Tibbs leaned over the threshold, attentive to the statue's reaction, and looked left and right. Okay, that's... Actually, attentive to this... Okay, I'm going to finish. I don't know. More of them left and right to the other walls, haphazardly placed. He couldn't tell how many of each animals there were, but it was a lot. If they all animate, others said, pulling him back, it's too many to fight. Maybe they're on triggers, Marcus asked. Like on the first floor. Tips crouched. That's easy to test. The floor styles were varied in shape, the largest, 2-hand spans, some square, some round, other shapes he couldn't name. The gaps between them was filled with dirt packed tight enough he had to put weight on his knife for the point to sink in. He saw no patterns in the placement, and the dirt removed any play a tile could have. If they had triggers, he'd have to dig out the dirt, and that would easily pack onto them, preventing their activation. But this was the second floor, and Tips figured they'd moved away from physical triggers and onto Essence 1. He stood, no triggers. He stepped into the room and immediately froze as the statue within a dozen paces, I don't need the of him, within a dozen paces turned their heads in his direction. Why aren't they attacking? Nandita asked. Because there's a way through without fighting, Heather answered. Maybe, Tip countered. This tells us they are aware of us, so don't need a trigger for us to break. Heather's probably right, but it won't be as easy as keeping our distances. How close do you think we have to be before they attack? Leon asked. No way to tell without getting close to one of them, Tibbs replied. The problem is that if the rogue goes in alone to check, they might have different trigger distances and could easily be too far from for anyone to help. But if we go in as a group, it becomes more difficult to keep someone from stepping out of line, which might trigger one. And once one is triggered, Heather said, it'll be impossible not to trigger more. Tibbs stepped out of the room. What are we doing? We made it this far, Nandita said. But that's a lot of creature, Leon countered. Only if they're all creatures, Marcus countered. Doesn't that feel like too much? There was nowhere close to that many on the first floor. It depends what this test is about, Tibbs said. The archer motioned to the room and said in a tone that made the conclusion self-evident. Fighting. Maybe not, Heather studied the room. This could be about evaluating our capabilities. Dungeons do that? Marcus agreed. Marcus asked. My dad said that one of the biggest mistakes he's seen runners do is thinking there are things a dungeon can't do. I agree. There's no way to cross this room without fighting. But we don't have to cross it right now. So figuring out if we can take this one might be part of the test. I'd like to give it a try. Leon, okay. And if he points out there's another creature, I need to temper that. But that's another creature. Leon said something unsure. Okay. Because if he's going to want to give it a try, he's got to, you know, I'd like to give it a try, Leon said, still unsure. And I don't think we can work out if we can take them on without fighting at least one of them. The problem is how to make sure we fight only one, she countered. A fight moves us about, and like Tip said, there's no way to know if they all have the same triggering distance. I can find out the distance to the closest, Tip said. That's dangerous, he smiled at her. We're in a dungeon. Everything's dangerous. She shrugged. If you're willing to risk it. That deer is the closest, so I'll test it. It looked normal enough. Once it attacks, I'll return. Won't it follow you out? Nandita asked. As you've experienced on the first floor, creatures can't exit the room we are in. She looked it over. Doesn't that mean we just have to run through and reach the other side before they catch up to us? Tibbs considered what Kaliak had told them when formulating his answer. It's a risk. Runners being able to leave a room the way they came, like if they decide they're done with a run, and not have creatures follow them is documented. But there are documented instances of runners doing what you're suggesting and having to then deal with the creatures following them to the other room. Isn't it worth the risk? She asked. No, Heather replied. Even if only some of those creatures turn out to be able to attack, we'd be facing them, and if they can follow us, whatever is in the other room. But we can just turn around, Anita countered, and have to fight our way through all the creatures we activated, Tiff said, and probably activating more as we fight them. Why can't this be like the first floor? Marcus complained. The first room took way too long, and this is too complicated. I think you're oversimplifying the first floor, Leon said, or overcomplicating these rooms. The previous one was a lot like the first two. We had to take our time, pay attention, and had to retrace our steps. The next two were about fighting, but the second one incorporated traps, like this one. Then a reminder to take things slow, and then the boss room. I think they feel simple because we've had to do them so often. Okay, go test the deer, Tyrone, Heather said. The rest of us stay ready in case there's something we didn't think of. Like what? Marcus asked. If I knew that, I'd have thought of it, she replied. Tip stepped in, and the creatures were already looking in his direction. Their gaze hadn't returned to forward when he left. He took a step to the left, and the gazes followed him. Another, and the same. Another, and a creature, roughly a dozen steps away, turned to look at him. The triggers weren't in the tiles, so they might be stretched between him and the deer. Now about 4 paces away. He extended his hand, and it didn't react. He waved it left and right, then up and down. If he had to break an essence line, it was closer to the deer. He unsheathed his sword for the extra reach, but before he could wave it, the buck lunged, forcing Tibbs to leap aside, then cursed as a normal-sized lynx leaped at him. Its teeth pierced his armor and bit into his flesh, but no pain came with it, so it was as ordinary as it looked. He grabbed it by the nape, leaping back, and Heather was at his side as he threw the lynx away and had to block a wolf with his shield while she slashed at the deer. You're backing toward more statues, Nandita warned as Tib stabbed the wolf. The lynx careened away mid-leap. We're leaving, others said, a glance over her shoulder to adjust their retreat. They slashed at the wolf and deer, who darted in and out. The lynx tried for another attack, but an arrow put it down and it melted into the floor. Once they both stepped outside the room, the deer and wolf froze, gaze on them. You were about 3 paces away, others said, and about that from the lynx when it leaped. I think it was that distance from the wolf when it attacked, Leon said, which means this is a maze. If it's that simple. He went over what had happened. The deer attacked when I drew my sword. Maybe the motion broke a trigger my waving missed, or some might have different triggers. Regardless, once the fighting starts, this will devolve. Marcus shot a rabbit in the distance and it melted into the floor. We can remove some before going in. He shot a raccoon and it too died and melted away. Do you have enough arrows to make a difference? Heather asked. Shoot a deer. No. The arrow hit the deer in the chest and it remained standing. But once I learn to make my arrows, it won't matter. You'll be limited by your reserve then. Had Carliac not realized that by making the creatures in this room normal, they could injure them before ever going in? Or did they figure there were so many, no amount of injuries would change the difficulty of this test? Save your arrows, Heather said. You can test it on your next run. This one's done. They had an uncomfortable moment with the vine room when they found it reset. Before any asked why, they made out the sound of the fighting in the combat and trap room. They'd stayed long enough that the next team had arrived and Carliac had to reset the floor. Because of Leon, they were in good shape, so crossing the vines was no more complicated than usual. Then they had to wait for the other team to reach them. The discomfort went both ways, as the other team didn't know what to think of their presence. They decide to ignore each other and continue on. Tibbs wrote the little he remembered about the Force King. They ruled the kingdom of Termeronia, but he didn't recall the name of their city. It might not have been in the books. The Force King hadn't been the subject of his research, only incidental when reading what he could about Force. He also didn't know where Tormeronia was. He remembered a scholar's note about it being cold, but didn't think when the scholar had gone to visit had been mentioned. There was also nothing about where the scholar had been from, so that was of no use in placing it. It meant he'd have to research the kingdom. Torleris had the library, but he wasn't going there. He didn't want to see what had become of that place. It meant the next closest one was the university in Justinian. Justinian. Would they remember the scholar who had vanished the night the spear had been stolen? How long had that been? Had it been a year? Possibly 2 now. The incident itself had to have been memorable, as had the fight with Alistair. But would anyone link it to Tillon? A new identity was only a question of having the right papers and clothing, and you didn't need to be a scholar to have access to the books. So less money, but money still. He'd have to convince Heather to let him steal. They could go around Trolleris to the caravan corral, find one heading towards Justinian, getting only the money he'd need to gain access to the books and figure out where the Force King lived. Heather entered the room and looked at him, seated on the floor, Quail and Inkpot next to him. What are you doing? She raised her open palm to the rafter, and Rupert reached down to take what was in it, and it vanished in his mouth before Tibbs identified it. Figuring out how to reach the Force King. Do you happen to know where the kingdom of Tormeronia is? She shook her head, sitting on the bed. Then it's a caravan to Justation. First, research their library. Once I know where the king cities is in their kingdom, I can work out our route to them. Don't worry, I'll make sure we travel by caravan. She chuckled, stretching. You really like traveling, don't you? He shrugged. Gets me where I want to go. So do the platforms. Those are off limit for me. Why? He glared at her, then raised his left arm. So is the attendant, not the guild. Every attendant was part of the guild at one point. You can be sure they have an arrangement with them. It'd be too easy for people with a brand to escape the guild otherwise. We can't be sure. I can't risk it. She looked at the ceiling, then back at him. Why not remove it then? It's not something I can just undo, Ether. The weave is so complex, I can't do anything to it. Yes, you can. Really? When did you become an expert on essence work? I'm not. She extended a hand toward the tankard on the desk. It shot as she stared at it, then shot across the small room. It shook as she stared at him, then shot across the small room and into her hand. You could have ended up drenched in ale. You'd have you'd have been You've been up here most of the day. I knew this. It was empty. I could have filled it with water. You make your own when you do that. Another reminder she was observant. And I don't have to be an expert, the expert you are. I just have to not think about all the ways something can't be done, which is what you taught us when it comes to learning what's possible with our element. Implying you think I'm not doing that. Heather, back when I was a captive of the guild, every few months, it was like everything I thought I knew changed, even when I didn't get a new element. He placed she. She placed an anchor on the floor. When's the last time that happened? He shrugged. It's no longer it's no longer as often, but it happened when I figured out how I could use two elements at once. She raised an eyebrow. I had to relearn to. Yeah, I have covered that, don't I? He nodded. Believe me when I tell you there's no way for me to undo the brand off my arm. Then don't undo it. I think we're talking about this. We aren't talking about the same thing. How else am I? Just take your skin off or something. It's a weave, right? It's woven into your skin. So scrape it off and heal yourself. Shook his head. It doesn't work. It isn't how it works. The weave isn't in my skin. It's through my arm all the way through. I think that's, I think it's a way, I think it's that way so it can tap into my essence and to keep working. But I don't know enough to be sure. She became thoughtful. Your arm. From where to where? The forearm, he replied, tone suspicion. Everything covered by my ink. She nodded. Then just cut it off. He stared. I need both my hands to work, Ether. So, just heal it afterward. He sighed. It's not that simple. I can't just. Says who? She cut him off with a grin. Says. He looked at his arm. It was fever. He was confident the other essences mixed in would balance in time the way it did when he healed something. Grave injuries required full patches of fever essence. Okay, it's probably possible, but I don't know how. That's the kind of healing that requires complex etching. Leon hasn't had to heal anything like that, so I don't even know if he can. My etchings use what's already there to do the healing. If the arm's gone, there's nothing for it to work from. Just tell it where to go, Rupert said. Not how it works, he replied, unable to mask his annoyance. Why not? Because I'm not a dungeon. I have to. You feel like one sometime. What? Rupert hung upside down from a rafter. There are times when you feel your. There are times when you fill yourself with an element that reminds me of how I felt when I was a dungeon. It's all through me, and I move where I need. I move it where I need to. Where I need it. Where I need it to. Where I need it. Yeah. Where I need it. He shook his head. That isn't how it is for me. You're talking about when I suffuse myself. All it does is grant me attributes of the elements. I can't move that around. It's just there, all in me. Unless he pushed the essence into a node, but he wasn't trying that until he got his hands on books about it. Even after all these years, he remembered his attempt with darkness. Okay, as I said, why not have Leon try it? You said he has an instinctive knowledge of how to heal. Except that doesn't mean that instinct will cover every kind of injury. Did you see him heal a missing limb that I missed? That I missed? So have him try it on you. And be without a hand if he can't? He asked in disbelief. I'm a thief, Heather. Losing a hand is what happens to those who get caught. Do you know how many thieves survive once that happens? You have your elements. I'm not sacrificing a hand just because you don't like traveling. I don't mind traveling, she replied dismissively. It's wasting time I don't like. It wouldn't be wasted. You can use that time to train. She rolled to look at him. Train in what, Tyrone? I can throw my essence around. I can put it on small things and get them to move. I've tried all the etchings you taught me, and we know what happens with most of that. I'm trying to come up with my own, but come on, Tyrone. The only thing I expect I'm getting from the runs is stronger. There's a sword for you in the boss loot. Yeah, well, tell the dungeon to hurry up and give it to me. Not how it works. And I'm saying that walking for a few years isn't how I'll learn anything new. You know where we have to go, and there's a platform not far from here in Torlaris. We could basically be there already. So long as I sacrifice my hand for your impatience, he replied in a flat tone. You aren't even Heather. If it doesn't work, I lose a hand. Short of when the guild took my essence from me, that's the scariest thing I can think of happening. She closed her mouth. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about that. She rolled onto her back and looked at the ceiling. I just don't want to spend years traveling. Once we're in Gestation, their university will have maps. The kingdom might not be all that far. Doesn't Torlaris have a library? Wouldn't they have maps? I am not setting foot in that city again. You saw how the guards were. I don't want to find out how much worse it'll be inside the walls. The way she looked at him made him want to yell that none of that was his fault. He tried to help. They'd betrayed him. If it went so bad, it was on them. Instead, he looked at the notes he made on the Force King and tried to remember new details. Unfortunately, once he put her look aside, it was her words that distracted him. He looked at his left hand, suffused himself, and sensed the essence unfold. What did that mean? What attributes of fever did he get when he suffused himself? And that concludes chapter 50 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road, and we are about a month ahead of that on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Angel. Hello, Dranzer. Welcome to the stream. Oh, thank you very much for renewing the subscription. Oh. You went to the mall to retrieve your Timu package, learned that they sent it to a different location, which is far from you. Call your local post, and they can bring it to you. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it can be resolved. You'll have the package on Sunday. That's good. August 24th. Did I have a good rest? Yes, I did. Um, Turns out I needed it. I stretched on my couch. thinking I was just going to rest, and next thing I know, it was 2 hours later. So, yeah, I definitely needed the nap. Alrighty. I am going to start the next chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 51 of Mind Your Step. Finding Leon was simple. The fever cleric was the only runner whose essence had a vibrancy that made him stand out among the others. Tibbs could remember if Cumdar had felt that way once he'd been able to sense darkness. Reaching him turned out to be more complicated. Leon spent a lot of his time with others, doing things Tibbs had no interest in seeing, even for as quick as telling him he wanted to talk would be. He could have asked someone to go in the house and give his message, but the only ones he was confident would agree to help him were Heather and Coral, and there was a chance they'd stay with the cleric instead of returning. So he sat across from the house and pulled his sense in. Pulled his sense in, and threw chunks of meat to Rupert to chase after. I don't need to. To chase after before the stray cats and dogs got to them. This made sure no fighting occurred with a quick air burst when two bared their teeth at each other. When Leon exited, he had a smile that reminded him of those Jackal and Krosef had any time they returned from them time. He chuckled at the length he'd gone to when young to avoid thinking of sex. Leon, he greeted him standing. Tyrone! The hug was crushing. This is such a beautiful day, isn't it? Hello, Rupert. He greeted the squirrel, who ran to his shoulder. The sky was gray and promising rain. You don't care what the day actually looks like, do you? The man grinned. I thought I was such a lover before, but the things I get. He stepped away with a chuckle. But you don't care about that. What can I do for you? I want to experiment with something only you can help with. It isn't sex, he hurried to add at Leon's smile. All right. What is it? Let's go to your room at the tavern. The room wasn't his, Darna had been quick to remind her brother. If she had someone offering quains for a room, she'd be as likely to give them that one as any of the others. The problem with her statement was that since Leon's audience, the room had gained a reputation. He hadn't intended on sensing what happened that first time. The room had been empty, so he'd left his sense extended as he usually did in the town. The two women had arrived in the town. I don't need in the town since I'd arrived as part of a group, and they'd gone to the inn by the entrance. The people from the city, he'd figured, on their way elsewhere or in need of shelter for the night. Enough of them, they filled the beds there before the two could pay for space. They paid Eric, then had gone to Leon's room. He'd considered pulling his scents in, but there was nothing about them that indicated closeness, and without an element, the closeness to fever wouldn't be felt, or so he'd believed. They'd started not long after stretching on the bed, each on one side, and it was as he considered pulling his scents in so he wouldn't be witness to that he noticed the oddity. Fever essence had seeped into them. It shouldn't be. Leon wasn't like him, and there had yet to be another audience in that room. The closeness to that element was faint as the other, he thought. Certainly fainter than what he'd caused at the lake or the corruption pool. And even then, he didn't remember essence seeping into anyone. Just an overall sense of the area matching the element's personality was the wrong word. They'd fallen asleep once done, and Tiz made sure to be in the dining room when they left. They no longer had that extra fever in them, and there had been an awkwardness between them that confirmed what had happened hadn't been planned or even, possibly, wanted. He'd warned Darna, but she'd scoffed. Still, the next time the inn couldn't accommodate all the visitors, those who came to the tavern specifically requested not to be in the sex room. Now, the only ones who enjoyed the room were those Leon brought, and Darna hadn't managed to get her brother to pay for its use. They stepped in, and Leon took a deep breath, as if the air was better here. Do you sense it? Tibbs asked and received a quizzical look. The closer connection to fever. Is that what it is? He considered. It just feels more me. How difficult is it for you to sense other people's essence? Leon smirked. There's no one else with fever yet. I'd, I'd get her there. I'll get her there, I have no doubt. No, not someone with your element. Just fever in everyone else. With training, runners can learn to sense their element in people. We have all the elements, according to scholars, and I know people have fever. So, have you practiced that? Another quizzical look. I thought it was just sensing someone else's who had the same element that needed training. You mean it isn't difficult for you to sense them? Leon shrugged. Compared to what? I can tell you there are 22 people in the dining room, including Eric behind the bar. 3 of them have old injuries. I think Irina's coming down with something. There's something off about her essence, but it's not like anything I've sensed before, so I don't know what it could be. What it might be. Tip stared. He could work out how many people there were, since their essence was stronger and many had elements, but he couldn't tell anything about old injuries or someone falling sick. It meant this should work, or at least that he'd have someone who could warn him if things were going wrong. He sat in the chair by the desk. I can do something you'll manage at some point. Everyone with an element can once they're strong enough, but the effect for me isn't the same as for others. He considered Leon. Although, as a cleric, I have no idea what it might do for you. Leon sat on the bed. What you want to try involves that. And you need my help. He won't listen to me, Rupert said from the rafter. I told him to just tell his essence what to do, but I don't know how to do that, Rupert. When I do it, when I suffuse myself with fever, something happens to the fever essence that makes up my body that I don't know what I don't know what it does, and I can't figure out why it does that or how dangerous to me it is that it does that. That it does that. Oh, I don't need, or how dangerous to me it is. He caught his breath. I need you to tell me if it's wrong. Why would an almond do something wrong to you? It wouldn't. It doesn't. This isn't something fever wants to do to me. It's just that. Another breath. I can understand what the other elements do to me when I suffuse myself with them. And you're hoping my instinctive knowledge of fever will tell you something about it. He nodded. I'll do my best. Tibbs breathed and calmed himself. As unnerving as it had been, it hadn't hurt, and when he'd stopped suffusing himself, he'd been fine. And he had Leon here. He breathed in, and on the exhale, he suffused himself with fever. That's interesting. Leon whispered as Tibbs felt fever essence that made him. He hated the word unwound. It was so not what was happening, but he couldn't think of. It's like your essence is detaching itself. He kept still and breathed to remain calm. Is that bad? I don't think so. It doesn't feel like something I have to heal, and your essence isn't going away. It's not dissipating. It's inside you. Just can you move your arm? More breathing before he could work up the courage to raise his right hand. It was odd. Watching it move without the associated solidity his essence usually had in the center of his limb. He fought the image of it flopping to the floor like cloth. What about your left arm? There's something there, but I can't tell what it is. It's something that was done to me. With a breath, he raised that arm and it moved. But where fever felt loose everywhere else, where the brand but where the brand was woven through it maintained some hardness. But where the brand was woven through, it maintained some hardness instead of feeling loose like the rest of him. Like the weave kept the fever essence from moving freely. Could he? He undid the bracer and removed it, exposing the ink covering the brand. He let that essence go, then took the brand in his right hand and squeezed. He bolted up and away from his arm and letting go of fever. He felt like insects crawled over him at the memory of how his hand had melted into his arm. He checked both to confirm they were fine and shuddered some more. That, Leon said, grinning, was strange. He sensed himself. Everything felt like they were where they should be. It reminds me of what happened after my audience, the cleric said. Tibbs nodded, not that the similarity with how people's essence had flowed and changed their shape of their bodies comforted him. If something like that happens, will you'll be able to fix it? You know what? That can be here. I should. I did it with them, he said. But why do you want to do something like that? I don't, he breathed. But I want to remove this brand. Its essence is moving through my arm. It's keeping fever harder somehow. If I can pull it out, it'll it will solve some of my problems. He closed his eyes. If he didn't see what happened to his body, it wouldn't be so unnerving. He suffused himself. He closed his hand on the brand, and the sensation went strange as one moved through the other and the weave. The best word he had to describe it, how it felt, was filigree. Like his hand moved through a fine metal filigree. Maybe it was the etching itself he felt. He willed his hand to take hold of that etching, and the sensation increased wasn't the correct word, because more real wasn't either. Became, you know what? More real wasn't either. Something between them. He pulled, and it didn't move. He pulled harder, and it still resisted. He put as much strength as he could into it, and he felt it move. He was on the floor, panting, no longer suffused. All he remembered from before waking was the pain. So much pain. But not just in his arm. It was like the brand had reached further through all of him, and 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 he'd tried to rip. Okay, it was like the brand had reached further through all of him, and he tried to rip out his insides out instead of only it. I don't think that's going to work. Leon was crouched next to him. Did you heal me? He pulled himself up onto the chair. You didn't need it. There was no damage when you screamed and fell unconscious. So it didn't do anything to cause that pain. Well, It felt like you were pulling your essence apart when you did that, but it went back to what it should be. Could you have healed it? Leon considered it. Considered. I don't know. I never had the sense it needed to be healed. I have to sense an injury before I'll know, and that didn't feel like that. It's okay. I wouldn't be able to keep it pulled for you to heal anyway. The little I managed was enough to. He looked at the floor and shuddered. If he wanted this off, he had to consider other suggestion. Have you healed a severed limb? No. Do you think you could? I don't know. You're thinking of cutting your arm off? Removing that will make my life easier, but I can't lose my hand in the process. The cleric returned to the bed. How much essence do you have when you suffuse yourself? Can't you tell? Am I supposed to be able to? With practice. It's part of sensing someone else with your element. You can tell what their reserve is like. Could you tell anything about the fever in me? I could tell you were all fever and that it was detached. I could also tell there were other element mixed in, kind of in the same way I can tell how to go about healing someone, but nothing that told me how much you have. Tip smiled. I have a lot. Then can't you just take some of that and move it where your arm was? It's what I told him to do, Rupert said. And I told you that isn't how it works. I can't tell it. Why not? Tibbs glared at Liam. Okay. I need to attribute this to someone. I can't. Uh, ah, why not? Leon asked. Tibbs glared at the man, then up at Rupert. Because I'm not a dungeon. What do dungeons have to do with your arm? Tibbs nearly cursed at revealing something, then remembered Rupert. Why don't you explain to him how your dungeon was, Rupert? My dungeon could move his essence however he wanted and form it into whatever he needed. When Tyrone does that suffusing thing, his essence feels a lot like that of my dungeon. So why can't he do the same thing? He's right. Why can't you? Because I'm not a dungeon, he stated. So when I heal a serious injury, like when Horatio stabbed himself with a plow, don't ask. He's old enough, he should know better. But when I healed him, there wasn't enough essence there. So your etching took some of yours to fill that. Leon shook his head, then seemed to have trouble continuing. Okay, let's try this. You know when you put a chunk of bread in broth, it rises. Then when you take it out, it lowers because it has to fill that space. It was like that. The essence to heal him came from what was around. Well, from what was around. It flowed in, while I did, while what I did kept it from falling out. When that essence mixed in, then that essence mixed in and closed the injury. He frowned. It's the best I can describe what happened. The essence knew where to go, and my etching just held it there until it merged with their body. But that isn't a cut. That isn't a cut limb. There was something there for the body to know. True, but we can test if I'm right. You are not cutting my arm off. You are not cutting off my arm. Leon grinned, unsheathing his knife. You can still pick pockets if you're missing the tip of a finger. Tip stared at it, then his hand, before reluctantly placing it on the desk. Leon joined him, and Tibbs looked away as he brought the knife down on the tip of his finger. There was pressure, then the blade hit the desk. The pressure came again, and the sound of the blade hitting the desk. Was the knife so dull it slid off? He looked as the cleric raised it with a puzzled expression and brought it down before Tibbs looked away. The metal blade sliced through the finger, hit the desk without effect. Tibbs chuckled as Leon raised it again. You're going to need a different blade, a different knife. Metal can't hurt me. How? Is that a powerful adventure thing? No, it's part of me having more than one element. Leon studied his knife. How does that work? I have no idea. But if I have an element, it can't hurt me. He kept the exceptions to himself. Lee instead stabbed the middle of Tibbs's hand. With a roll of the eyes, he slid it away without the knife leaving marks. What can we use then? I think Garot has a brass sword. It's hanging on his wall in his house, so it'll need to be sharpened. That's metal. How about glass? I've cut myself on that a few times. It would have to be hard enough not to shatter when it hits my finger. You can make your finger softer. He looked at his hand. I don't know if I'd manage it. I don't enjoy pain, so I might just as much make it harder. How how do how do you make your skin into armor? Are you asking how I do it? How I do it with fever? He shrugged. I have other elements to armor myself with. I guess. I haven't thought about my element beyond healing and sex, and something I'm not trying on anyone. Yeah, don't go taking fever out of people like that. At least wait for bandits. Not even on them. I can imagine how bad it'll be. Tibbs nodded. But unless you plan on limiting yourself to being a healer, you'll want to work on what else you can do with your element. And you can't rely on instinctive knowledge like you did with the boss. You have to pay attention to what you do so you can recreate it whenever you want. Then you have to try different things with that. You have to push yourself further than you think you can if you want to survive as a runner. The dungeon will force you to do that, but it'll be easier if you don't wait for it. And yes, I think fever can turn your skin into armor. But without an etching, I doubt it'll be harder than bone. Leon motioned to Tibbs' hand. What element can we use? The only one I can think of is crystal, but no one here is that. We'd need someone with training to make it hard enough. The other elements I don't have are less here is the wrong word, but it's the best I can think of. Force, binding, mind, dream don't have physical equivalent the way metal does. Emotion to the blade. Which is why I managed to gain those without trying. I got exposed to them in a way that caused the audience. And frowned. How do you get buried in metal in such a way you have an audience? I wasn't. I was stabbed. They were hoping to kill me, but barely missed my heart. I still thought I died, and that caused strong emotions. How about fever? You don't enjoy sex, so how did it happen? He shrugged. Same way. Someone tried to kill me. The blade didn't hurt, but they poisoned. Poison. They poisoned it with fever, the alchemical version of it. Without training, purity can't heal fever because it's part of me. It got me so weak I almost didn't have my audience. How many times did you get an audience because someone tried to kill you? Leon asked in disbelief. It doesn't seem like a good way to make it happen. Too often, he replied with a chuckle. And I didn't seek to have them that way. Have you tried being nicer to people? Tibbs leveled his gaze on the man. I am nice to those who deserve being nice to. The rest, I make sure they understand they aren't at the top when I find out about them. Leon nodded thoughtfully. How about Heather? She has training with element, and you don't have force. I don't know if. Good. Leon grinned. Let's find her and test it. Heather looked at the hand Leon held on the desk by the wrist. Why are we trying this? The cleric grinned while Tibbs kept his expression neutral, not to show how annoyed he let Leon put him in this position. We need to know if you can cut his finger off. She'd been training with the fighters, simple sword fighting. Because if that works, you'll cut his arm off. You'll cut off his arm. Why would I? She grinned at Tibbs. I thought you didn't want to lose a hand. That's what the finger is for. Leon replied before Tibbs would comment. You cut it, and Tibbs tries to regrow it. He said you couldn't do that. He doesn't know everything, Rupert said from her shoulder, and Tibbs glared. I don't know. I don't know. Removing his hand was tempting, which it's why Leon's insisting I do this. I tried out my knife, Leon said, but metal doesn't cut him. She looked at the hand. You realize I don't know how to do this. We never got anything from the dungeon with force. Tibbs took a breath. As much as he thought this was a bad idea, Leon was right. He had to try. Focus on thinning your essence as much as you can. He wished the etching he'd shown her to make a sword had worked, but he never had to work on the arcanus to account for essence not having a solid form. You want the edge to be like that of a sword, a sliver of your essence with more behind it. She placed her hand on Tibbs. Okay, just remember, I never tried this. He sensed her moving her essence, but as always, with elements he didn't have, he had no details of what she did. The nebulous form seemed to narrow before it slammed on his finger, and I'm going to make that plural. And with a pained curse, he pulled away, holding his hand to his chest. I'm sorry, Heather said. I told you I didn't know how if I could. Rupert was in the rafter, chittering, sounding scared. The lance of pain ebbed, and Tibbs could think. He nodded. It had been the risk. He pulled his hand away and looked at his fingers. He didn't have to. He sensed the damage, but he wanted to. The end of his little finger and the two on its right were crushed. Force had been strong enough to shatter the fever in them. The part that had been the bone still felt like that, but they were spread through the softer part of his finger. The way the remaining essence were mashed made him doubt anything short of magic could fix this. He pulled his hand away when Leon reached for it. I just want to heal it. I'm sorry it didn't work. I'll do it. I want to find out if suffusing myself with fever will fix it, the way purity does. That's right. Purity is instinctive. He added to soften the sharpness of his tone. He suffused himself, and the essence in his body detached as before. That's weird, Edward said. Your skin rippled. He shuddered at the thought that with this looseness, he'd just collapse into a puddle of fever and never be able to pull himself back together. It's like what happened when I returned from my audience, Leon said, although Tyrone seems to control it. I don't know about that, he muttered. The three fingers were still crushed, but he felt no pain. He bent one, but instead of doing it at the joint, it rounded the way a rope did. Other turned. That's disgusting. Tell me when you're done. Leon looked at his fingers. I can't tell how to heal you anymore. It's like they don't need to be healed. I'm suffused with fever, but it isn't healing me. Maybe you have to make it happen? Leon said as Tibbs considered switching to purity. You have some control over the essence, so tell your fingers to heal. I don't think it's. Rupert landed on his shoulder, then ran down his arm and stood on his hand. Okay, here's what you do. You take the hard bits of fever and move them where they were before in your finger. Rupert, the squirrel was in his face. How about you listen to someone with more experience for once? He returned to the hand. Move them. Sighing, Tibbs focused on the individual piece and moved them as Rupert indicated. He knew it wouldn't work since what he was forming were lumps of them instead of the shape they had been. Good. Now, stop thinking about it. What do you mean? I mean, think about something else. Sing a song. Tell Heather how good of a friend you feel she is. Just let fever do its thing. Rupert, fever wasn't doing anything before. Why would it? The lumps reshaped themselves, smooth, stretch into the form they had been before. Rupert gave him a satisfied grin. Fever wasn't doing anything before because all that was there, because all that was all over the place. Once you got them close, you had to stop holding them so Fever could remember how they go. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Tibbs let go of the element and bent his fingers. No pain. They were healed. Looks like you can heal yourself this way, Leon said, and Heather looked over her shoulder. I keep telling you that you're like me, Rupert said, then covered his mouth. I shouldn't have said that. He looked away from Leon's curious gaze. Tibbs had to admit this resembled what Rupert had described of altering his dungeon. Heather picked up Rupert. Okay, why do this with my element? Wouldn't a knife be easier? Metal can hurt me, remember? Then some other element. Stone can be sharpened right. That can't hurt you either. Neither can ice or. Is there anything left? Crystal, Ian said, but there's nothing here that wouldn't shatter trying to cut bone. She nodded. So that's the only problem. That's kind of a big one, Tib said. If I'm going to remove the brand, I have to test. Yes, but really, you haven't thought of the solution to this problem? He stared at her and she laughed. I swear, for as learned as and as clever as you can miss the obvious sometimes. Come on, we need to go for a walk. I hope you don't mind staying behind, Leon. This is something me and Tyrone have to do alone. I'm good, and good luck. She placed Rupert on her shoulder, and Tibbs followed out of the room. Care to tell me? Tibbs asked once they were in the forest, sensing to confirm no one was there. No, now that no one can hear? Heather simply grinned. You can tell me, Rupert said. I won't tell him. Patience, she said with a laugh. You'll both find out when we get there. Which is the dungeon, Tibbs said. Nowhere else we can be going. And that isn't enough to tell you what my idea is? The elements I have won't hurt me even if I'm in the dungeon, Heather. That the boss Lynx batted you around pretty hard. That was force, not fever. Its claws cut my armor, but not me. Force is what sent me flying. I explained how force causes damage to a body. Yeah, but that's okay. I'm not planning on. I'm that. It's not what I'm planning. He sighed and walked in silence. He knew her well enough now to know he'd be wasting his time trying to get anything out of her. And that concludes chapter 51 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road, and we are about a month ahead of that on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Rights Magic, welcomes to the stream. How are you doing today? Hello, Huntress. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are doing well. I'm glad to hear that. And to answer your question, Rights Magic, Ty is doing well also. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, it did post. Like, I don't know why you keep giving me an error message, but you've posted. That's the important thing. Hello, Rights Magic. How are you doing today? Okay, that is done. That is done. Let's fix something. You are good. You were thinking, is the essence kind of magic energy, or each element has its own essence? Each element has its own essence, and etching that is how spells are cast. So the form of the diagram that is shaped will influence what the essence does, and it's possible to add modifiers within that using the arcanus, which is the language. Like the written form is a on paper version of that. Like their alphabet is based on is not based, is the actual arcanus, but when put into the etching, into the spell, it can alter what the spell does. So, for example, when he makes, like if he makes a spell with just water, then it's just going to affect as water. But he can add arcanus within that to alter what the water will do. So he can make it gummy so that it will act like a binding agent, like it will, somebody will get stuck in it. Ice is a little different. Ice is something you can simply do with will. But that's basically the core of the magic. Enchanting is applying an etching to an actual object, and they call that weaving. And most weaves require more than one element to be used, so it tends to be the domain of the sorcerers, because they're basically the only ones with the mindset of working with more than one element, of learning to draw essence out of other elements, even though they can only sense their own element. Mindset is a strong component of how magic works in this world. which is what led the guild to create the classes. Fighters, archers, rogues, sorcerers. Well, they can sense they can sense that it's there, but they can't sense what it is. So they have methods. So they'll keep them in special amulets, and the amulets will identify. Think of it as being colorblind to, in this case, to the elements. Someone who is colorblind can still work with color, but they need to find techniques to know what color they're actually working with. So, like a sorcerer will have a bunch of different reserves, a bunch of amulets. Well, actually, they don't have to be amulets. They're crystals that can hold this. And the amulet in which the crystal is held will indicate what essence is in here. And once an amulet is primed with an essence, you cannot put other essence in it. It has to be completely drained, so they know what's in it. So long as they're the only one working with these amulets, they know what they're working with. And they can do that, they can shape it, they can put the arcanus, like they can do all of that. It's why enchanting is very, very, very expensive and very time consuming. And for all that Tibbs can sense, he's yet to figure out how to actually do enchanting. It doesn't bug him that much, but I find it amusing from the outside that like he can sense all the elements, well, not all of them, but he can sense the elements, and yet weaving is still something that bugs him. Even etching, like the thing with etching is that he doesn't have access to any of the diagrams, so he has to figure them out on his own, and etching is not simple. So he's got his repertoire of etching that does stuff, but most of the stuff that he does, he tends to purely apply will to it, which does not make them as effective. Well, yeah, like, he works with the other elements. It's just that he has yet to be taught or figure out how to go beyond etching. But the other thing also, okay, he can't do weaving. That's the other thing. Like, he hasn't mastered it, but he's never going to be able to, because he doesn't have the right mindset. This is something that he's going to learn in 2 books. Because in book 7, I will reunite Tibbs with Dawn, who is a sorcerer, and with having access to Dawn, he's gonna go, okay, how do I do this? And the thing with weaving is that you have to believe that something can exist for all of eternity. So not something that the weave can exist for all eternity, except that Tibbs knows that these break down over time, and sorcerers know the same thing, but it's about mindset. Sorcerers, part of what makes a sorcerer is that they're able to shift their mindset in such a way. Can Tibbs do it? Probably. Will he be given the time? That's another question. But yeah. Alrighty. I am gonna start with it would be boring for the reader if a character could do all of it from the end. Well, that's the big thing. When I put the constraint on, okay, going back, some of the constraint did not come with thought. The thing to keep in mind with Dungeon Runner is that when I started with that, it was going to be actual lit RPG. So I gave them classes, I gave them levels, because those are part of the lit RPG tropes. And within 3 or 4 chapters, I realized I would not be able to pull this off. I mean, initially, magical items, when you looked at them, when somebody had an element and looked at them, you would see it's magical and you would see the name of the magical item on top of it. Like, so once I realized I would not be able to pull off the lit RPG elements of it, I had to decide, like, okay, well, will I continue writing this or am I stopping? And if I'm continuing, how am I changing things? And I was going to continue writing this. Like, I was not stopping. Inspiration would not let me stop book 1. And so I had to figure out, okay, so what are the classes about if they're not part of the lit RPG tropes? What are the levels about if they're not part of that? And I basically decided that they were constructs put on by the guild itself so that they had a sense of how to manage and teach people. Hey, the lady writes, welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. And at first, when I thought about it, they were just named, they were just labels. And as I progressed, I kind of realized, okay, so there is a reason for the label because of mindset. So archers think differently than fighters. Fighters think differently than rogues. Rogues will think differently from sorcerers, and all mixed. So, you don't teach a fighter the same way you would teach a rogue. So that justified the classes. There's still a construct. Like, one of the things that Tibbs does a fair bit in this book when he's dealing with the runners of Rokania is he constantly tells them, don't get locked into one thing. It's not because you have a bow that the only thing you can do is archery. Think broader than that. And then I had to figure out the levels. And the levels became another construct, but one to figure out how to deal with that level of power. So that, they have tests, and when someone can do something, they go up a level. Because that tells the guild that they've learned everything that they have to learn at that point. They can do that so they can start teaching more advanced things. But, then once I started giving Tibbs more elements, I needed to figure out, okay, how far am I going to go with that? And how quickly it's going to happen. And the quickly, I knew, it was never going to be quick. Because I hate those power fantasies of the main character starting from nothing and within 3 chapters he's the best at everything. Tibbs is literally... Tibbs will never be the best at everything in the first 9 books. Tibbs will always be not behind the curve because he's more powerful than most people, but he can be bested. And he will be bested. And then book 10 changes things. But we're not there yet. Alrighty. All right, and I am going to start on another chapter, doing Hunter's Creed this time, by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 6 of The Hunter's Creed. Jeremy soaked in the hot water falling on him. He'd set temperature as high as his anger in a hope to wash it away. Instead, it fell and he couldn't stop going over what had happened. Growl simply walking away from them with an ultimatum. If you want to be a hunter so badly, become one again. He slammed a fist against the wall. He'd done that already. He'd put himself through that pain and earned the right. And it had been stripped away just like that. He'd tried to cool off by walking around the ship, but all that had done would let him go over all the ways Growl hadn't listened to him, all the ways he'd pointed out how he could do whatever he wanted, but Jeremy had to do what he was told. When he'd caught himself glaring at strangers, he'd known he had to get himself home, and that hadn't gone well. "Are you done baking in there?" Tom asked. Tom light. "No. If you come in, be careful, the water's hot." "You don't say." He tried to smile to let his mate's humor chase away some of how he felt, but it wouldn't come. He couldn't even force it. A hand touched his shoulder, immediately vanished with a soft curse. "You weren't kidding." The hand returned and Tom hissed. Then both hands, and then his body pressing against Jeremy's back and the arms around his chest, hugging him. He soaked in his mate's comfort and wished it helped more, then reached over and lowered the temperature. They couldn't ask him to suffer like this. The temperature registered as cold initially, then he adapted. It did little to cool his anger. "I want to strangle him," he said. "I know. I want to wrap my hand around his throat and shake him until he sees reason." "I know. Why didn't you tell me he'd made me a civilian?" Growl would have told Tom. "I thought you knew. I figured he'd have told you when he put you in the cell." Jimmy snorted. "He didn't say anything then, and he wasn't able to have a conversation with him. With him about it. All he did was scream at me." "Was he the only one screaming?" "You're going to have to pick a side, you know." "No, I don't. I love you both too much for that." "Yes, I was screaming. You would have been, with how unreasonable he was. He just won't listen." He added through gritted teeth. Tom tightened his hug. "I wish I knew how to help you." "I know, I'll be fine." He doubted that, but and by the tightening of the arms again, he expected Tom didn't believe him either. "How is Tammy?" "Hurt. She didn't deserve to be screamed at, Chair." "I know." A part of him, the utterly inconsiderate part of him, proclaimed that it was Growl's fault, that he loved her more than him, and if her pain hurt him, then all the better. Shutting that part proved harder than he liked, and focusing on that helped cool his anger. "Once I can think clearly, I'll go apologize." Tom nuzzled the back of his neck. "I don't know if words will be enough." He groaned. "Please, not that." He felt the smile against his skin. "I think that's what it will take." "Hasn't she watched all of Hercules' ballads already?" "He has a lot of ballads." He hung his head. "Well, he did deserve to be punished for how he treated her." Dried and able to think, he headed to the living room. The cool air gave him goosebumps, but he was fine. He'd be fine. Tammy was seated on the couch, an animated ballad playing on the screen. Can I sit? The is an, the answer was a non-committal shake of the ears, so he sat next to her. I'm sorry for yelling at you. You were mean. I know, and I'm sorry. He looked at the screen where Recully was in bed with a female doing. He really didn't feel sex belonged on a Cubs ballad. But Kelsarians thought differently. What is this ballad about? Recully has to go rescue Grimark from Robatora Kiremi Throtorilo. And Grimark is. She looked at him, ears canted in disbelief. Recully's mate, of course. Of course. She leaned against him and he placed an arm over her shoulders. That that's one of the female that works for Robarotora Kiremi Throtorilo. Once they're done, she's going to fall asleep and he's going to get her bracelet so he can enter the base. Then he's going to have to fight through the soldiers so he can reach Grimark's cell, but he won't be there. Rabor Torah Karami Throtorilo has him in his chambers, trying to get him to renounce his love for Recully. It's not going to work, and they'll escape together. I thought Rakili was an ancient time. Why are they using bracelets? That isn't that Rakili. This is the space Rakili. The Rakili of old is a different series. Oh, I see. Doesn't it get confusing? She shook her head. Rakili of old is different animation. He chuckled. And with Kelsarian's ability to compartmentalize, that was all it took for them to follow multiple stories where most of the characters were probably the same. The story was simple enough. Recully got in, fought soldiers, found the cell empty. It didn't waste time showing how Recully figured out which cell his mate would be in. He just went there. It was empty, and he knew where he'd been taken. He knew he'd been taken elsewhere. Working out, he'd been taken by the antagonist's to the antagonist's chambers was direct, rather either because it was a Cubs ballad or because of how Kelsarian's ballad wasted no time with little details like those. The one element that surprised him was that the antagonist wasn't using sex to convince Grimark. He had the male strapped to a chair and using electricity as a torture method. They quietly sat together once the ballad was done, and then he carried her to bed and checked on his son. He was in his office, seated on the couch and playing a game on his tablet. Jeremy sat next to him and put an arm around over his shoulder. I hate him, Rudy said without looking away from his game. No, you don't. You're just angry at him. He had no right doing that to you. I agree. I wish he. No, you don't. Rudy leaned into him. He's not being fair. You protected us. I agree with you, and he's going to realize it eventually. Don't you hate him? No, I'm angry at him. I'm furious. But holding on to our anger causes things like me screaming at Tammy, and that's not good. He wished it was as easy as understanding that. Jimmy put the tablet aside and hugged him. You want to eat something or go to bed? Tammy's already there. We watched a ballad and she was falling asleep. Bed. All right. He escorted his son, who curled around his sister, then headed to get something to eat with Tom before the two of them joined their cubs. Jeremy entered the role to the not unusual sight of sounds of Zen bent over the counter and a male fucking him. Jer, his friend called and moaned. You have to let him. He groaned. You really do. I appreciate the offer, but I'd rather talk with you once he's done. Zen reached over and pushed Jeremy's pants down, only for him to catch the hand before they were too far. Maybe later, after we've talked. He pulled them up and caressed his friend's muzzle while the male finished. Once they'd caught their breath, Zen reached down and then pushed himself over the counter, pants in hands. Look after the place, he told the male. I'll be back once I'm done with Jer. If anyone asks, tell them I'm not done with Jer yet. His friend led him to the hold's small office, sat on the desk, and his behavior changed. I'm sorry, Jer. Hey, it's okay. I don't hold you responsible for anything. I should have stopped you. Jeremy studied his friend. Did Growl put that in your head? I'm not a hunter. You should have nothing, Zen. You weren't going to stop me. Leah didn't stop me. So I don't care how much you think that lover of yours might get involved. You wouldn't have. He rubbed his cheek against his muzzle. You don't have anything to feel bad about. Things went smoothly because you helped. Except that Captain Gralgaron Ravnir is angry with you now. Jeremy hated the tone of defeat in the voice. That's on him, not you. He'll come to his senses eventually. He can't remain irrational for all that long. He wouldn't have become an alpha otherwise. He raised his head so he could look him in the eyes. How are you doing? Zen sighed. I'm okay. You don't sound it. What do you expect? He smirked. You're still in your pants. Jeremy grinned. There you are. Oh, the perfect height for you to fuck me. He placed his leg around Jeremy's waist and pulled him close. Can't do that if you won't let me take off my pants. Jeremy considered how to respond. Hey, Bob. Sorry it took me this long to get back to you. This time it's because, well, something happened here that I'm still dealing with. I was in a cell when your message arrived. Not sure if congratulations are in order on you and your mate's reassignment. Your tone made it unsure if it was something you were looking forward to or not. But it sounds like managing a station within Querciteron's territory is a step up to running one that isn't officially owned by your species. So, congrats? Things are settling back to something resembling normal here. Engineering's working well. I don't know if that reached you yet, but I made upgrade to the sensors. Um, okay, that is actually no longer. That's actually no longer. Okay, that's not. So that's actually fine. I don't know if that's reached you yet, but I made upgrade to the sensors. Figured out a way to use particles created by antimatter reaction to boost the range. Of course, the only fucking thing Growl's focusing on is that I made other modification and didn't tell him about it. He hesitated. He promised himself he couldn't talk about that with Bob. His problem weren't his friends. But who else would he talk about this that might have a chance of understanding what he was going through? Bob had lived as an Earther most of his life. As an Earther most of his life, just like Jeremy. Okay, sorry for the outburst. I guess it needs some explaining. Remember when we talked about Earther ships and how they'd go about figuring out if they how I'd go figuring out if they might hide inside Kelson territory? Well, few things came of that. I won't give you the detail because those are hunter business, but my family's safe from the Earthers, definitely safe. And Growl doesn't get how important that was for me to do. He's hung up on the fact I didn't tell him that I didn't tell him. That I Look, I get his anger. I'd be pissed if one of my techs back on Einstein had gone behind my back and made changes to one of my reactor. But then I'd looked at the work, and if the end result was an improvement, okay. I probably wouldn't congratulate them, but I'd stop being angry. He just won't. He changed his shift so that he works when we sleep. Who does that? Outside of that, I barely see him when I'm home, which, granted, until he finally calms down, is probably a good thing. Hoodie's really angry at him for all that, for all this. Unreasonably so, if you ask me, but I'm doing my best to get him to settle down. Tome is being wonderful. I hate to think how this would have gone down if he hadn't been our mate. How rough it would have been on the cubs without him there to look after them. So, then when Growl's off to with his friends, cut his breath. Sorry for the rant. But as you can tell, his irrational behavior is getting to me. What else? We're heading away from the line for a while. We're going to one of the colony world that's about 2 months away. Not sure why, because a certain someone isn't talking to me anymore. He sighed. Sorry, I guess that's a sign I should end this. So, congrats again on the new posting for you and your mate. Can't wait to hear how that's going and how it's different from running a Federation station. He sent the message through the regular comms, then returned to work. And that concludes chapter 6 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Gonna do another chapter, confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 7 of The Hunter's Creed. Enter. Gregorian called after the door announced sounded. He set the reports aside as the builder entered. Alpha, she greeted him. Builder, you have an update for me. Of a sort? He tilted an ear. That wasn't something he was used to hearing from the builders. Please elaborate. As I indicated in my last report on the stealth technology we captured, we've done all the tests we can without installing it into a different shuttle and seeing what happens. He nodded. That led me to think that any advancement would wait until we went to Kelser and handed the shuttle with its technology to the builders at Hunter Central. That was my expectation as well, but we've been approached by a pilot willing to volunteer his shuttle. He frowned. None of the pilots have the authority to volunteer a shuttle. They aren't theirs. One is, she said as he. Whoops, come back here. She said as he realized he'd forgotten someone. Your mate. Tomeri mortoral gelrasomi carioteras offered a civilian shuttle for us to use. It's a Nerther design. Will that help you? We'll have to study it first, but having to account for different design will help us figure out how each individual component will help us figure out what each individual component okay, that's how each individual component interacts. He's aware of the risk to his shuttle. I have explained that we don't know anything of what might happen. He seems thrilled by the prospect. He had me swear on your namesake that no one but him would get the test stuff to do the test flight. Then you can proceed. He'd have to speak with Tom regarding the impact of having that technology incorporated in his shuttle. He might have to find him a different shuttle in exchange. Very well, Alpha. With that resolved, he returned to the report. He hurried home and reached the door as Tammy and Rudy approached. She ran to him while his son stopped. Oh, that's actually wrong. Oh. Well, actually, no. It's not wrong. The implication is he went somewhere. It's not directly linked to the work. Okay. She ran to him while his son stopped. How was your shift? He asked, picking her up and entering. It was good. We learned about Erika Roki Rosho Tessiroma today. He's who brought the stars to us. He smiled. Just Billiam brought us the stars. He simply did what she told him. Teacher said the gods don't do as much as people say they do. That they're just there watching and waiting for us to return to them. And what do you think? That the gods brought you to me so me and Rudy would have a family. And I believe the same. He sat her at the table and nuzzled Tom, preparing food. Welcome home. His maid greeted him, then looked over his shoulder. Where's our son? Outside. He'll either come or go to a friend. Tammy, message your brother and tell him I have a shiratiri almost ready. Are you trying to bribe him with food? Gregran asked. No, but if it gets him to eat with you. He's going to Jamel Rota Sira Rico Remthro. Tro, Jimmy announced, and Tom sighed. It isn't your fault, Gregran said. I know, but I don't like how he's avoiding you. I don't need to like this. I don't like how he's avoiding you. He's angry. He'll work through it. Hopefully, you're right. Go sit. Food's ready. The meal was pleasant. Then Tammy went to her office, and Gregran pulled Tom to their bedroom, then the bed. His male sprawled on top of him, panting, and he nuzzled his neck. Tom chuckled. Looking for a fourth time? Well, we both have the entire shift. There's still work that needs to be done. The filters are due to be changed. They can wait. I need to speak with you. Tom sat atop of him. Oh, so the sex was to soften me up. Gregran laughed. No, the sex was because I wanted to have it with you, and I still do, but this is important. You offer your shuttle to the builders. Yep, stealth capability. He grinned. The places I'll be able to go if it works. If it works, I'll need it. Too bad. It's mine as per the laws of ownership. Tom, my builders will install priceless, worthless. According to the laws, for something to have a value, there must be a market to pay for it. Without a market, something has no value. Where's its market? It's not that simple. That that's technology we can't divulge. You booped Gralgoran's nose. That's your problem, not mine. Mine will be enjoying that shuttle and all the things I can do without being detected. Be reasonable. Oh, I am being reasonable. How about I get you a new shuttle to replace it? Something more recent, something Gelsarian? Tom considered. You get me another Earther shuttle, and I'll consider lending you this one for your hunts. Why Earther? Those things are far too small. After I've removed all the stuff I don't need in them, I like to think of it as intimate rather than small. Do we have a deal? We have a deal, but you realize that once we're at Kelser, Hunter Central will demand access to it. His mate grinned. I know. And how long before you take us there? Gurgren groaned at how well his mate knew him, grabbed him and rolled him so he was on top, then proceeded to make him scream in pleasure. Gurgren blocked, pivoted, then tripped the hunter. Remember to minimize your movement. Earthers have the stamina to be all over the place, so we have to counter that by staying as still as possible and making our strikes count. Sniper. A male on the side of the training mat said, or sneaking explosives on their ships and destroying it without having to get into a fight. Gurgren helped the hunter to his feet. Not an option when we need to get the information in their database. The male shrugged. Not my problem. Gurgren chuckled, leaving the mat. No, I expect it isn't. What can I do for you, Hunter Goramic Toribar Saljusbilium? The male handed him his tablet. Someone is requesting to become a hunter. Gurgren frowned. His approval wasn't needing for something to go through for someone to go through to train. He saw the name and returned the tablet, slamming it against the male's chest. Couldn't believe he'd done that. That isn't how one who was a hunter reclaims the right to be one again, the male said. That male Guramek Toribai Saljuziamatorli's uncaring expression stopped him. He wouldn't care why. He wasn't capable of caring why. It was what made him so effective as an interrogation beta. His namesake had done something to his mind that took away that ability. I didn't mean for him to do that. A tilt of the hair encouraged him to continue, and he sighed. I was angry. I told him to go through training again if he wanted to be a hunter so badly. I don't have the authority to refuse him. Any civilian has the right to go through our training. If he passes, he'll be a hunter again. It's just like him to find a way around procedures. He wouldn't have to prove himself worthy to him this way. What are your orders regarding this civilian, Alpha? Gregorian could deny him. As Alpha, he had the authority. He'd have to explain himself to his Alpha if the male lodged a complaint, but worse, that male would seek him out and demand an explanation directly. That was a screaming match he didn't care to have. Let him. Let him prove himself worthy by going through all that again, if he doesn't have the courage to prove himself worthy to me. Understood, Alpha. The man left and Gregoran looked around for another hunter to train with. Okay, I need to check something here. Da, 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 da. Um, okay. All right. I am going to add a quick scene here. All right. Gagarin looked at the file again and tried to convince himself again he didn't have to do anything about it. His builders would figure out the technology involved in it. Only this time it didn't work. The reports on that board and how it worked hadn't advanced in the weeks since he'd received it. As much as he hated doing this, he owed it to his builders to give them all the tools they needed for the work he gave them. He forwarded them the schematics in that file and put that mail out of his mind. We, Lit said, putting down Jezbilium's stone next to Salmiali's, will be parents. Really? Trez asked, ears twitching with excitement and looking at Lil. She nodded, ears also twitching. The medic confirmed the gods blessed us with this morning. 2 of them. Identicals? Drez asked. It's too early to know, Lit said. But probably not, Lil added. What are the odds we'd have identicals? I'm just happy for you, Brel said. You've been waiting for years. You've been trying for years now. Isn't it wonderful news? Gargant felt the question directed at him. Congratulations, he said, trying to understand Lil's play. The only way Jezbilium and Silmieli were worth points was if Otimar Rosh Terik got between them and used his wisdom to make her see how much Salmieli loved her. Except Gargaran was the one with the god of. Okay, I need to change that. Except Gargaran had 2 of the 3 gods of wisdom stones. Yeah, that's one in play and one in his hand. He was aiming for the hand of stable knowledge. There were few ways to take that stone from someone, and nothing he saw of his friend's play indicated he could manage that. So what? He looked up. What? The others burst out laughing. Have you heard anything of their announcement? Brill asked. Being parents, yes. Congratulations. Cubs are wonderful. He motioned to the stones on the table. Are we playing? I'm almost tempted to say we go celebrate, Dress said, considering how much he wants to finish this battle. I don't mind finishing it, Litzel grinning. Then it's Brell's turn, Liz said. She reached into the maelstrom and slid a stone to her, looked at it, and wasn't pleased. Grell took one from it, looked and put it down. Justice reinforced knowledge. Dress put down Elhavnir and hunted Brel's Aramidarimis Torakan, since her greed only had Denirags as companion, and pleasure did little against the hunter's of greed's greed's wealth. After greed's wealth, they went around 2 more turns, and Lit hadn't played whatever trick he was keeping. Had in to take on Markargatin and Sinterina. Lil cleared her throat, placing Denira Garash Termak down next to Sinterina and Harin Xenil Aran. Sex has the luck and knowledge and secret knowledge to pull wisdom to him. Gargan entered her stone, adjusting his count. He still bit Lit allure. Like Gregran handed her the stone, readjusting his count. He still beat Lit and her, although the margin was far closer than he liked. But he still had that extra stone, and there was still a centurina in the maelstrom. So he might increase his lead with a good selection, but with only one turn to go, he had to hope neither of them would get the stone they needed. Okay, this changes. He pulled in Iran, but luck did nothing for knowledge. He placed his wisdom stone down to Lil's surprised expression. Rel pulled the stone, then threw it and her others back in, admitting defeat. Draz pulled Pel Tirostefe and placed it next to his Araliderimis Tukaran. It didn't give him enough point to approach the three of them, but he wasn't admitting defeat. Lit pulled his last stone, didn't look at it, taking one from his held from those he held, and placing it next to Miele, the second Gargaron. Justice sends a messenger to get his sister. He extended his hand to Lil, if you wouldn't mind. She handed him the stone, and he placed it, and Centarina calms just Biliam for the hand of comfort. Just Gargaron burst out laughing. He'd gotten Lit's strategy completely wrong. Where's the wisdom back? Even with wisdom in play, he couldn't win. So he pushed his stone into the maelstrom. Well played. Captain Combs said, Ashtabek Riotarma station is contacting us. On screen. The female who appeared had sandy fur with black patches over an eye and ear. Viper's Bane, please advise of the reason for your visit. We haven't requested a hunter presence and aren't aware of any trouble in our system. Leisure and personal matters, he replied. We aren't on hunter business, although my quartermaster will have trade available if you want to send us the current trade demands. Understood, Viper's Bane. We have your ETA at 28 days from now. Please confirm. Pilot. Confirming ETA 28 days, 3 hours, and 17 minutes. Noted. Viper's Bane, we will transmit your docking assignment when you are 8 days away. Understood. Ashtabek Rio Tarma. Good travels. And that concludes Chapter 7 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the selection process and admission letter for Christopher. The room was dark. She liked it to be dark when she did this. It reminded her of the old days, back in the country before she knew what electricity was, back when she thought her life had been simple. The little light was provided by the candle in the center of the table, illuminating the cards, plural, she had arranged before it. The cards of fate, she called them. Tarot, folks referred to them as. They attempted to see their fate with them, and some, with a touch of the gift, actually could. She didn't need them. She didn't have a touch of the gift. Her bloodline had soaked in it to the point that if she let herself, she knew what everyone around her would become. The card gave her a structure, a place for a magic to let her divination flow. Structure, her second mentor had taught her, was the basis of power, of magic. Her first one had told her magic was the basis of power. She placed the last card, death. That does not bode well. The man sat at her side. She didn't startle, even if she hadn't known he'd arrived. It doesn't have to be literal, she said. But is it? He sat opposite her. Even in the low light and his affinity for dark green, she had no trouble making him out. You know, people usually knock, she said instead. He shrugged. Doors are inconvenienced between old friends. Is that what we are? I have have I given you a reason to believe otherwise? Your associate with, he smiled. I do not discriminate. Good people exist in all forms. He considered, and even moderate people deserve to be acknowledged. Is the bad one I am merciless against, regardless of where they are from, like that old man who tried to turn you into his weapon. She nodded, the memories of her grandfather's attempt at getting her to use her magic to make him powerful still painful. So, whose future are you scrying? Yours? He laughed. No, I have too many wards for even you to pierce them. I do not want my future known. I prefer the uncertainty. Makes the journey more exciting. Christopher's. He frowned and leaned over the cards. These speaks of more power than I know him to have. That I let you know, she said sharply. I didn't want you to draw him into your battles. I would have honored your wishes. Would you? She motioned to the cards. If you'd known about this, would you have stopped yourself from asking for his help? I haven't needed anyone's help for a time, he replied smugly. But that won't last, will it? It never does. Someone or something always shows up and challenges even you. Then you call to us for help. And sometimes we don't survive. He had the decency not to protest or offer excuses. Our grandfather had been such a person. He'd already amassed power, both in the form of magic he had and wielders of magic he controlled. The man before him had had to call many from the old country to assist him in stopping her grandfather, and only a handful of them had survived. If you fear I may involve him, why ask me here? Show me this. Because, she hesitated, what the Carl told her didn't have to mean this man was the one she should go to for help, but she didn't know anyone else with the power needed to protect her grandson. And if this man owed her, someone or something as an intent toward him. Who? I don't know. The cards didn't tell me that. She tapped the death card. If they get their way, Christopher will change, and I don't think it will be good for anyone. I can set up protections. No, I don't want you here, directly or through your magics or your other ways. Then I am unsure why you asked me here. She tapped the tower. You have a place of learning, one of those like my grandson. One of those like my grandson. 4. Oh, 1 4 those like my grandson. Dorinia, that isn't who it. Don't deny me, Cedric. You owe me. He bristled, but she didn't let the power radiating off of him cow her. If not for me, you wouldn't have defeated my grandfather. She nearly hadn't helped. Almost until too late, all she'd seen was the old man who had doted over her throughout her childhood and early years as an adult. Taught her so much of what she could do, of the power she wielded, how she could use it to protect her people, protect him, help him give their people a land of their own. Even as he drained the other wielders of power to power his own magic, she didn't believe he was the monster Cedric tried to convince her he was. It was when she asked him to stop, when she implored and begged him to stop, told him that nothing was worth the death they were causing, not even a land of their own, that he showed himself for what he was. Gone was the uncaring old man. In his place, was a hunger for power. Yeah, that's what I thought. That wouldn't stop just at their land. The future had unfolded before her then. A destroyed landscape where not only that thing roamed and killed and drained everything and everyone of life, but where she traveled at its side, rejoicing in the ravaging. She returned from that vision and turned her power on that monster without hesitation, with determination to never become what she'd seen. She, Cedric, and so many other wielders took it down, destroyed it, but at an exorbitant cost. 3 times 13 had been massacred for their victory. Without me, none of this would be here. He considered her, then nodded. Understand that if I do this, Christopher will have to abide by the school's rule. I will only be able to keep watch over him while he attends. If he is expelled, he will be on his own. Why would you? Not, not me, Dorinia. The school isn't mine. I am but an instructor there. He had a part in making it. The cards had made that clear. She wouldn't have contacted him otherwise. I did, but we had to bend under your government, she started. This government's this country's government to make it happen. And there was resistance. The rules they imposed on us are designed to see us fail. So we have to be selective in who we allow in. I do not know who Christopher has grown up to be. He's a good man. And you were a good young woman, Dorinia. Being good does not mean he will be good. He will do good. You will with the right mentor. You taught me how to restrain my magic. I taught you its structure. He motioned to the cards. You restrained it. But structure will also make him stronger. And if he takes that, and Christopher has a good heart, that you help him or not, he will be among those who help. Use your magic on him if you don't believe me. You know I do not do that type of crafting. To delve into another's mind is repugnant. She snorted. Says the man who consort with demons. Demons are construct of the church. Those seeking to control us and our kind. They are nothing more than beings from another plane. Not all good and not all bad, just as people here are. Will you help him, Cedric? Please. She looked at a card. I'm scared of what's waiting for him. The man considered the cards. I will put his name on those to join the school, but he will have to accept. We will not force anyone to join. What would do? He will receive the acceptance package, and it will explain the rule he will have to function under. If he agrees, then I will welcome him within my class, and the crafting I have protecting the grounds will protect him as well. She relaxed. Thank you. The man nodded, and in a shimmer of green was no longer there, causing her to wonder if he'd come at all, or if it had all been a projection. It didn't matter. He had agreed. Now Christopher had a chance. She gathered the cards, placed them in their box, a polished box her late husband had made for them. For a man working steel, he'd had such a delicate touch. She placed that in the cabinet, closed and locked it, then pulled the drapes open, basking her sitting room in late morning light. She watched the cars and the pedestrians for a few minutes, still marveling at how much the world changed when Andre had taken her from the old country to here. So much had been going on just outside the place she'd called home, and she'd never been aware of it. She left the room and headed downstairs to the busy kitchen. She had food to prepare for the diner crowd. I need two Berta for table 3, Millie said from the other side of the serving window. Sarmali and Zakuska. Christopher moved around his mother as she gathered the ingredients and headed for the freezer to restock what they were low on. He swiped a slice of carnati in passing, moving his hand before his grandmother's spoons hit it. She gently cursed him in Zargari. How will there be enough for you to eat if you eat them all? He peeked out of the freezer. Stop making them so good. Then he was in, taking containers of vegetables and meats to bring. He removed the nearly empty ones, placed the full ones, and topped them off before carting the empty containers to the wash basin. Christopher, his mother called, if nothing's pressing, can you dice onions and peppers for the sarmali? Sure thing. He took his assigned chef's knife off the magnetic holder, passed it on the honing steel, then set to dicing. He sat on the stool by the wash basin as the last of the lunch plate was passed through the window and rested his head against the wall, finally able to relax. Don't fall asleep, Christopher, his grandmother said. There is still work to do. Dinner starts in 3 hours. Let him let him rest, Dorenia, his mother said. It's the weekend. Ah, she replied, he has all weeks at school to rest. The food needs to be prepared if our customers will eat. Just 5 minutes, Grandma. She reached over and started the timer she kept on the on the shelf above her prep station. 5 minutes. Good work, everyone, his father said from the front of the in front of the three waiters they had during lunch. Anthony, you said you could work the dinner crowd, right? Yes, sir. Good. Then I'll need you here at 4:30. The rest of you, see you next weekend. Sundays were the restaurant's busiest day, so they couldn't rely on student for it. His father stepped into the kitchen, his ever-present cup of coffee in hand. Good work, he kissed his wife. 75 7 5-star throughout lunch. Christopher, what are you doing sitting down? Come on, there's food to be prepared. Just 5 minutes, Dad. 3.5, his grandmother said, tapping the timer. Oh, Christopher, a package came for you. It's in the office. You can grab it. You can grab it once dinner's done. What is it? His father shrugged. Grandma? She looked at him, then shook her head. That surprised him. His grandmother's clairvoyance was off the chart. If she didn't have an answer for him, meant one of two things. The package was worded from here all the way to the moon, or she knew what was in it and didn't want to tell him. The second was most likely, but why wouldn't she want him to know ahead of time? Time, Christopher. She said, tapping the timer, and he set to work helping prepare the food for the dinner crowd. There, his father said, placing the package on the table on his way to the coffee machine. You forgot to pick it up on Saturday and on Sunday. Now he remembered. It had been a busy day, and he'd gone right to bed after the cleanup of the kitchen was done. He put the spoon aside and turned it over. The return address was Pennsylvania. He didn't know anyone there. As far as he knew, the handful of people online he knew well enough to know where they were and who knew his address all lived in this state. A bit of will and his fingers passing over the sealed flap unsealed it. He tipped it over, and a few things fell out. Chief among them, a glossy pamphlet for something called the Harker Academy. The name made him think of a military school, but the image on it was bright, a brick building with blue skies and trees. Paging through showed him other pictures, other buildings with description of the courses taught there and activities. Student walking a very green campus. Isn't it late for a school to send their stuff, so I'll apply? He'd already applied at the Washington State in the city, as well as the one in Everett, just in case the classes were full. His father took the pamphlet and looked it over. Pennsylvania seems far to be wooing you, unless your scores were higher than you told us. Christopher shook his head. He was slightly above average, but that was it. He took the pamphlet back. With it, he had photos of the campus. The address was on the back, along with a contact number. It should be enough. He moved the cereal bowl aside. Do you have time? His father asked as he centered the pamphlet before him. It'll be quick, just a divination to figure out what they want. You, clearly. Yeah, but why? He breathed and placed his hands on either side. He traced the equator with his fingers, leaving behind, to his magical sense, a pale blue line. Then the circle from there. The half dome's equator. Then he willed the symbols in the four created space. It flashed. Nothing. With a shrug, he moved it aside and brought his bowl back to him. His distance divination sucked. He did better with what was before him. Maybe the letter will tell you, his father offered. The envelope wasn't sealed, so he took it out while eating, then glanced at it. Congratulations on having been accepted into Harker's superhero curriculum. You made the cut from a wide superhero curriculum? What? He ran upstairs. He'd wake her up, but he didn't care. Now he knew why she hadn't said anything, but it didn't answer the question of what this was doing addressed to him. He nearly banged on the door. "Grandma," he knocked. "Grandma, open up. We need to talk. We have to talk." The door opened, then the room's drape pulled aside as well, and she looked at him sitting in her bed. He waved the letter. "What is this?" "Your admission letter, if you accept it." "To a superhero school? We have that?" "It's new. Someone I know is involved in running it. I asked him to enroll you." "Why?" She patted the bed next to her, and he sat. "You're a good boy, Christopher." "Grandma," he said with the embarrassment he felt each time she called him that. "It's true. You do good. You help people. You protect them the way my family did in the old country. The way your father would if he had that much magic to use." "Yeah, but I don't need to go to school for that. It's just what we do." She nodded. "But this isn't the old country." "It's not the world that it was 4 years ago. That destroyed city changed things." He nodded. Jacksonville had been horrible, and that heroes that caused it made it worse. The almost backlash from the government would have been the kind of thing that he was certain would have made the history books. So he was happy nothing had come of it. "The school will teach you to be better at protecting, at helping." "But the restaurant, I was going to take over for Dad in running it." She chuckled. "If you read the rest of the letter, you'll see they expect you to also take normal classes. So you will be able to study for that." "You knew this was coming, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me before?" "Because you are a young man who enjoys life, and I didn't want to burden it prematurely. This is an opportunity for you. The man who teaches magic there is strong and quite knowledgeable. You will learn many things if you listen to him. So you think I should go?" She smiled. "It's your decision, Christopher. It will not be easy. The school has rules you will have to follow, difficult rules for you." "What will they be?" "They are in the letter. Read it all, then decide if you wish to go." "But you think I should?" She shook her head. She took his hand. "You are strong, Christopher, very strong. But I have taught you all I know about that strength." "And strength can be a danger as much of a boon," he said, repeating her often given warning about being careful. "Yes, I have seen strength make good people into bad ones." She tightened her hands. "I know you are not one of them, but you've seen something." She nodded. He didn't ask. If she'd wanted to share, she would have. And the thing about the future was that it almost never was exactly what the prescient saw. His grandmother used the tarot, so she saw it through their meaning, although she could get actual visions, but even those only showed what happened, not the reasons and not the consequences. And they could be altered. He looked at the letter. She'd seen something, and this was a response. He kissed her forehead. "I'll read it and make my decision." "I know you will." Those rules would have to be unreasonable for him not to go. And that concludes Christopher's selection process and admission letter chapters. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is blah, blah. It's on my website and my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. There was your admission letter. Shouldn't it be your, almost certainly. Shows that no method is perfect. Not from the paper, able to fold himself. His magic doesn't go in that direction. It just go exactly. It's why you want an editor. It's why you want extra eyes on it. I'll be right back. He'd have to look into setting up his tax information, Eric thought as he walked with Anita. Would Milton keep him? Not he'd have to declare him? They might have to change how he worked. He'd see when he saw him. He'd see to that when he saw him tomorrow. Anita put an arm around his waist and he looked at her. There you are, he said with a chuckle. Sorry, the implications are still sinking in. The stuff I'll have to change now that I exist officially. I figured you were thinking, since you didn't comment on the view. She nodded her head. Eric looked and stopped. Wow. At the end of the block stood a cliff wall going up and up, at least 40 stories high, and the top was lined with golden lightning bolts. He made out windows, and the striation were too even, too artistic, but there was still the sense of a mountainside to the facade. Ever been this close to it? Eric shook his head. We'd have to detour from where we were going. It would have meant at least one extra bus fare. Your parents never took you to visit the Grand Lightning? Eric chuckled. Swamp dwellers aren't exactly who a place like this wants to see. The closest I got was standing on the roof of our apartment building and looking at the lightning on top with the antennas once they were put up. My mom would watch them with me sometimes. That's one sight we all know, Anita said wistfully. Have you done it since coming back? A time or two, when I missed my mom. Anita pulled him along as she began walking again. Do you notice changes? Not with the lightning, Eric replied, but the buildings around it. When I enlisted, it was still the tallest building in the city. Now there's half a dozen buildings taller. Half a dozen taller buildings. Not to mention that new tower that's being built. She nodded. The Foxtrot Tower. There's been a lot of pushback against it, against each of those buildings, actually. No one wants the lightning to be eclipsed, but progress marches on. I expect that in a few years, it won't be visible anymore, lost among all the towers. That's going to suck. Eric saw the end of the name now that they were approaching the corner. Gold letters, slightly tarnished with age, the stylistic lightning bolt on the side. The street level ad bas-relief drawing of the Lord's life, or at least what people thought it was. The wanderer through the dark times, protecting people in need when he came across them, tortured for being different. His exile, the running slaves, the first building that would become Eric's birthplace century later. They crossed the street, and this close, he could see the attempts at washing graffiti off, the pockmarks of gunshots. One of the characters had been hammered out of a scene, someone standing over the Lord, and the word evil still somewhat visible over where that person had been. This kind of desecration hurt. The Grand Lightning was a tyrannous landmark. It should be respected even by those who didn't believe in the Lord of Tyrannus, or thought some of the stories were wrong. Ahead, the entrance was visible with the blue carpet and the porter opening the door for people going in and out. As they walked, an expensive car stopped on the pullout. Stopped before the hotel, and the porter opened its door. A human, in a striking silver and gold dress stepped out, and Eric whistled. Should I? Anita chuckled. Should I worry? Not enough meat on her, Eric replied, but you still have to admire her. She wears that dress amazingly well. I'll give her that. Being able to afford to have it tailor-made probably has a lot to do with it. A man in a black suit stepped out and took her hand. They walked along the short blue carpet in, looking like they owned the city. You know the blue carpet you see at all the award ceremonies? Anita said. That's where it's from. Can't be. Those things have to predate the lightning. The hotel is way older. They had the first radio awards here. Back then, the street was further, since this wasn't the claustrophobic area downtown became, so the carpet was longer, and the celebrities of the time paraded along it, shaking hands with their fans on the way to the doors. It was such a spectacle that having a blue carpet became the thing for prestigious hotels. By the time color television came around, it was one thing all award celebration had in common. So the blue carpet became the thing to walk up on. She stepped on it and stopped, smiled at him, and offered Eric her hand. You wanna? Eric chuckled. I feel I'm underdressed for such a momentous event, and we're missing the cameras. He took her hand, tucked it under his arm. I don't think either one of us is that vain. She stepped towards the door. But I'm a real person now. I can actually be photographed and not worry about the consequences. Well, about being revealed anyway. I'm still hoping to keep my anonymity. The porter, in a white mink in an impeccable red and gold uniform, smiled as he opened the door for them. Eric blushed at being treated as one of the rich patrons who frequented the hotel. He made it just far enough inside not to block the door before stopping. The lobby was 3 stories tall. With cloud slowly drifting around a blue-gray ceiling. Lights flashed behind one, then another. Representation of lightning, he realized. They hired Anita began. Don't tell me. Eric interrupted, having trouble speaking. This is too amazing to be dispelled by knowing how they do it. He fought the urge to look for technology. Stylized lightning bolt peppered the white marbled walls. 4 granite columns acted for support. Air, lightning, stone for earth. Eric looked around and smiled. Braziers held fire every few feet along the wall, and he made out the burbling of water, although he couldn't see where it originated. I'd heard about this, that the hotel had representations of the Lord's elements, but I wasn't expecting this. It might not have looked like this when you heard about it. A lot happened in 60 years. Anita pulled him along, and Eric became aware of the others in the large lobby, and that most of them were dressed closer to how he and Anita were than the wealthy couple he'd watched. The waterfall became visible among the wall of green. Among the wall of green moss and small leafy plants. Now that he knew where to look, he saw the clear section in the floor meandering, a stream along the marble. Eric chuckled, unexpectedly happy at that. Alrighty, have a good rest of your day, writes Magic. Thank you for dropping by. I thought you'd like seeing this, Anita said, patting his hand. Is there anyone in the city who doesn't want to see this at least once in their lives? And outside the city, the Grand Lightning Hotel is still one of the most sought-after touristic destinations among those who can afford it. She led him along the wall of green, and Eric smelled the earthiness of it. They turned the corner, and the green turning with them. On their left were the elevators with their doors depicting more scenes from the Lord Tyrannus's life, one of which was him making plants grow. Wasn't that one disproven? Eric asked. He sort of remembered a radio show between escort missions. Someone looked into what was known of the Lord's power and demonstrated it couldn't have been control over plants. Belief doesn't care about facts. Anita answered with a shrug. And we're talking about a time before technology, so what he could and couldn't do is rather vague. He controlled earth, air, water, so who's to say those three acting together couldn't do something to the ground that would help the plants grow? Here we are, she said, stopping. Here where? Eric pulled his gaze away from the elevator doors to look opposite them. The double door stood open before them in the center of the wall of plants. Above them, in earth tones, was the name of the garden. You can't be serious, he said, stunned. Anita reached for one of the doors. I am. I can't go in there. Eric looked around, pulling at his worn jacket. He lowered his voice. I'm just a kid from the swamp. She shook her head. You're a veteran. The most powerful techer around and a good man. You're definitely not just a kid from the swamp. She pulled it open and smiled at him. Come on in. Come on. He followed her in, squirming in his old jacket, worn jeans, and walking shoes. I wish you'd told me this was where we were coming, he whispered. I did, she replied, stopping next to the vacant pulpit. It's not my fault someone didn't look it up. I thought it was one of those vegan places you enjoyed. That is a perfectly understandable error to make. There's no way they're going to let me sit here. She took his hand. Relax. The garden isn't this exclusive place for the rich. It's a destination for anyone visiting Tyrannus. Have you looked at them? He nodded at as discreetly as he could to the human couple. Him in a suit and tie with a gold watch, the gold clip holding his tie in place. Her in a radiant blue dress with diamond earrings and matching bracelet. How about them? She countered, indicating a family of otters with 3 rambunctious kids. The father wore jeans and an inside-out flannel shirt. The mother a simple dress. She looked frazzled with pinks and yellow bows placed at random in her head and neck fur. Eric stifled and chuckled. She hadn't put those there herself. Look around, Nita said. There's a lot more people in our range of living than in theirs. He did, and she was right. But it still felt wrong for him to be here. It was one thing to walk through the Grand Lightning, but to sit down and eat? A table for 2, Anita said to the young ibex in a green and gold dress who'd approached. She led them to a table by a low wall with fragrant herbs and flowers. Can we afford to eat here? He asked in a low voice once the hostess laughed. Of course we can. Don't worry about it. I'm charging it to my company. You are? Of course. This is a business lunch after all. It is? I did provide lawyer service. Lawyerly service. At the police station, she took the menu and opened it. Okay, but that was then. It's not like you can convince anyone you had to dine Detective Goth to get my papers processed. I could, she said from behind the menu, but this is different business. I can't see what this could be about. He replied, opening his menu and swallowed hard at the prices, then noticed the title of the page, VIP section. A few pages in, he found the family section, and the prices didn't freeze his blood. It was still more than he felt should be spent on food. Are you ready to order? A young man in a green and gold suit asked. I'll have the sun-drenched salad, Anita answered, with a large glass of Iragold tea, iced, please. Very well. And you, sir? Eric looked through the options, trying to find something not too expensive. Anita chuckled. Stop worrying about it. I told you my firm is paying for it. If you're concerned about prices, the young man said, the Etranian lunch plate is quite affordable. It's on the next page. Eric found it. Thinly sliced beef, Etranian seasoned vegetable, scrambled egg with a sweet and sour sauce. I'll have that with a glass of water. Anita chuckled. My boss would love taking you out to dinner. He hates it when a client gets the most expensive thing because we're paying. I hope to never need to meet your boss. I hope to never need your boss's service. He could see diagrams forming around him, phone in breast pockets, watches on wrists, electronics in briefcase. He closed his eyes, took breaths to calm himself. Anita's hand closed on his. You okay? Just nervous, pushing back all the tech in the room. She squeezed his hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to unnerve you. He let out a breath and opened his eyes. It was just her beautiful brown eyes, her amazing smile. I know. He took her hand. You just caught me unprepared, yet again. He smiled. You have a habit of forcing me out of my comfort zone. Speaking of which, she said, her face becoming serious, I have a proposition for you. The business you said this lunch was about, Eric said, growing nervous again. She nodded. Now that you're a legal citizen again, I think you should make some changes. He tried to pull his hand out of hers, but she held it. I'm not going to stop working for Milton. I like repairing items. I like repairing things. I guess he's going to have to declare me as working for him now, so that might change our arrangement, but I'm not going to just walk out on him because some big company can dump a mountain of money on me for my skills. She smiled. I think you should have written a contract with him, but that isn't what this lunch is about. The smile faltered. I think you should move in with me. A what? The word escaped his mouth before he thought about it, and she winced. This time she tried pulling her hand away, but he held it. I mean, yes, of course, I'll move in. He was blushing. The way I was raised, I should be the one making the offer. She fought to keep the snicker from forming. I've seen the motel room you call your place, Eric. I don't think two people can live there. I know. He fought against feeling insulted. That place was temporary, even if he'd lived there for the last 6 months and hadn't really tried finding a new place. It was comfortable and he didn't need much. He'd have found a better place before asking her to move in. It's acceptable for a woman to ask her boyfriend to move in these days, you know. He nodded, his reply interrupted by the server returning with their food. The plate he placed before Eric was giant, with the scrambled eggs artfully placed over the sliced beef. The whole thing surrounded with bright vegetable drizzled in red sauce. Did I order the version for what? I did order the version for one person, didn't I? Eric asked. Yes, sir. The server said, placing a large bowl before Anita. The vegetables in it were more green than colorful, but wedges topped it, placed to form a sunburst. A sauce bowl contained a bright orange liquid. There's no way I'll be able to eat all this, Eric said. Then I'll be sure to bring you a container so you can take the excess home with you, the server said, placing the glass with sparkling green liquid before Anita and the water before Eric. Isn't there anything else you need? A larger stomach, Eric grumbled. I'm afraid that I can't help with. Eric's face heated up. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. We're good, Anita said. Enjoy, the server said before slipping away. Come on, eat up, she said. I can't believe I said that. I love how you can be perfectly calm when surrounded by crazies intent on hurting you, but a large plate of food can make you nervous. I'm used to people pointing guns at me, Eric grumbled. Restaurants where a meal costs more than what my dad made in a week is outside of my expertise. He forked a few vegetables and brought them to his mouth without hesitation. Then the flavors exploded on his tongue. The heat of the spice, the pepperiness, the floury sweetness. Wow, he said as he chewed and covered his mouth at Anita's quiet. At Anita's quiet laughter. He swallowed. Hey, Pinachi, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? He swallowed. Sorry, this is way better than I expected. He tried the beef. It was tender, salty, with a copperiness. He wasn't sure where it came from. The eggs were moist, melting on his tongue. The garden is known for great food. You are good. Glad to hear that. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Eric nodded and found his appetite returned in force. He slowed after a quarter of the plate, and they discussed his move. He had little, but their apartment was a good distance away, so he couldn't walk there, and he wasn't sure how his driving permit would work with a 60-year gap. He'd have to check if he needed to get it renewed, retake the courses the Army had gave him, or what else he might be needed. He expected that something... This was something that hadn't happened before. What am I doing? I'm reading through an old story of mine, fixing it before posting it on my Patreon. By the time they were done, Eric found he'd devoured everything on the plate. The server had refilled their drinks half a dozen times over the 2 hours they sat talking and eating. Was everything to your satisfaction? He asked as he took the plates. Very cool. What kind of story do you write? It was amazing, Eric said. I apologize for my comment earlier. It's all right. It isn't the first time the garden has surprised a customer. Now what? He asked Anita as the server left with her firm's payment card. Fantasy one. Very cool. Very cool. And what is it about? Head home and celebrate? He winked at her. We can do that. She gave him a mischievous smile, or we could explore the hotel and try to find out if the stories of it being haunted are true. One ghost wasn't enough for you? Eric replied with a chuckle. Maybe we can help another one. Or we could see if it's true about the infernal fire burning under the hotel. That one isn't true, the server said, returning with her card and the receipt. But you work here, she said, looking it over. You have to say that. The server smiled. That is true. It wouldn't do for an employee to confirm the stories. It might ruin the magic that keeps the lightning a success amidst all the more recent additions to the city. Is it really magic that keeps the hotel going? Anita asked eagerly. Of course not. The server replied, about some people trying to save their town from a secret organization trying to take over the world. I am going to guess that you are in the very, very, very early planning stage of your story, because that is way too general or something that's more advanced. Is it really magic that keeps the hotel going? I need to ask eagerly. Of course not. The server replied exaggeratingly. The server replied. I don't. Okay, that's the tone. I'm going for the tone. Server, of course not. Replied. Exaggerated. Casual. With an exaggerate casualness. It's not the sacrifices either. She narrowed her eyes at him. Those I've heard about. Rumors are people vanish from the hotel and are never seen again. The young man shrugged. The rooms are rather expensive, and people have been known to skip away in the middle of the night to avoid paying their bill. I think we need to comb over the hotel and see if that one's true. What do you say, Eric? I say that so long as it's in your company, it'll be a wonderful way to spend the day. He stood. Any recommendation on where we should particularly stay away from? Because there's clearly nothing suspicious there. The server covered up a chuckle, then straightened. Clearly, there's nothing in the sub-basement, so there's no point in bothering with any of the southwest stairwell. Eric offered his hand to Anita. Then we shall go explore anywhere but there, my dear. Later it changes. Okay, cool. She took it. I think it's a wonderful idea. She answered, and they left the restaurant. That is done. That is not done. It's kind of been folded in. Yeah, 22, that's done. Okay. Oh, I share my stories all over the place. I sell them on Amazon. I post them on a couple of websites. Some stories are well, all my stories are on my Patreon. Some stories are on Royal Road. I am not particularly precious with my stories. You share them with friends? Very cool. I hope they enjoy them. August 30th. Well, that is what happens when people read stuff. They will have opinions. How did I start writing? By putting pen to paper many years ago. And not knowing what I was doing. The first story I ever wrote has no punctuation, no... I don't even know. I don't even know if it ever made sense on paper. Because I was maybe 5 years old when I wrote it. Um, that's why it's the first story. Why? Because I didn't know what I was doing? I did not know what I was doing for way more than the first story. Took me quite a few years to get a handle on it. Who the hell is that? Who is this? Why do you say again? Did I back anything of theirs? Practice it. Oh yeah, definitely, Angel. I mean, it's the only real way to improve. Project, there we go. So, yep, thank you very much for the follow. I don't know why you say that. There we go. This time I remembered to prepare things ahead of time. How often do I live? Every day. I live every day. I stream 5 days. Well, technically, I stream 6 days a week, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3. Let's call it 3 p.m. And I do a 2-hour social on Saturday evening. Yeah, I know. It's technically 7-ish. I call it a full day's work. Which is how I like it. Oh. Yeah, this is to get ready for this afternoon's writing. Going to be chapter 2 of book 14, which I still don't have a title for. Yep. A few more minutes before my lunch starts. Your lunch was hours ago? Well, no, not mine. Mine starts in a few minutes and lasts an hour. And then I'll be back to work on this. Writing Tristan's chapter for their arrival at Stockholm. Alrighty. It is lunchtime. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you very much, Angel. How are you doing? And this afternoon it is chapter 2 of book 14 of Monster and Bad Man. Baby girl is with your parent after eating. Cool. This is a Tristan chapter. And of course, because I forgot to activate that, is the day that that there's conversation on YouTube. Oh well. Not surprised. Well, me neither. It is literally always how it happens. I will remember to activate the aggregator for months, and YouTube is going to be dead. And the one day I forget is when they all show up. Okay. In this case, all show up is 2 people, I think. But it's still 2 people I could have interacted with if I had known they were there. Granted, one of them had nothing flattering to say, but yeah. What makes it annoying is that literally the aggregator is the first thing I see when I step to my computer, and I'm supposed to always start it. Meh. Oh yeah, it can and it does. Have I used Dabble? Nope, because I don't know what that is. Dabble Writer. Okay. It doesn't look good when the formatting on their website is wrong. Okay. It right off the bat, their pricing makes it not interesting to me. I mean, I don't see anything that makes it different or more interesting than Scrivener. You got it when you participated in the Nano. Ah. A monthly. You had it for a few months, or is it a lifetime thing? So you only used it. Okay, so you only had it for November. I guess it's a way to get people familiar with it and hope that they'll stick. Hmm. I'll be right back. Something's going on with my treadmill. Oh, really? The right one? Yeah. Um, I it started slipping a couple of weeks ago. Nothing big, but reading on it, it said that it's a sign that um, it needs to be lubricated. So I bought that. I did it, but now the carpet is sliding to one side, and that usually means that somehow I loosened one of the sides. I thought I'd avoided that because I didn't play with the tightening, but clearly I did not. So now I need to do that. Problem is that they don't look to be standard size, which means that I don't have the Allen keys needed to fix that. So I'm gonna look around, see if I've got the right one. That is so nice. Oh, they're telling me to refer to an owner manual that I don't have. No. Because that one, it seems, only covers the electronic part, not the treadmill itself. Nope, not fixed. There we go. That's the one. At least they have a website. And they don't have a user manual on here. That's not good. It's really not good. Oh, it always happens today. That is always how it goes. But yeah, that means I may not be walking for a while. That is a little annoying. I really was hoping not to have to deal with this. Oh, wait a minute. looks like there's a website that manualslib.com. Looks like they compile user manuals, so it's a question of figuring out which one I have. If I can find some sort of identifier on here. Because they didn't put anything. Like, there is no, there's the symbol for the brand, but there's no identifier about which treadmill this is anywhere. Another underneath either. Hey, Akla. Welcome back, Pinucci. Well, I've also found Lifespan manual page, but again, without... All right, let's see if I can visually identify one of those. It may not be. Oh, and of course, their manuals don't have a visual identifier. Okay, but all it has... Actually, wait, Amazon may be able to give me something. Okay, so TR 1200. Yes, I have looked under the treadmill. Same there. But I think I went to Amazon where I bought it, and they mark which one it is, and I've found that manual on Manual's Lib. So now it's just about troubleshooting, finding the page. Oh, you have gotta be kidding me. The manual that's here is literally the same one as the one I have, which means it doesn't talk about the base. I'm well outside the warranty. Yep. They say refer to the owner's manual, including with the treadmill base. Oh, they do. That's where I'm at. And the thing is, that they literally call this treadmill base on their on their user manual. Okay, I may have found it. Maybe, we'll see. All right, belt tensioning. I need a 6mm Allen wrench. So let's see if I've got one of those. The treadmill I wanted, yes, but it expired a couple of years ago. I've had this treadmill for 6 or 7 years now. Okay, the problem may be that my Allen wrench are English, and this seems to require a metric key. That might be the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Because it requires a 6mm wrench, but the closest I have to that is 1/4 of an inch, and it's 2 millimeter too big. So that's why I can't find the proper Allen key. All right, let's see what Amazon tells me is available. And of course, this is getting me sidetracked from what I should be doing. All right, it's ordered. You have a very troublemaker baby? Yeah. Well, it's ordered. So this week I won't be walking. And hopefully I'll be able to resolve that because it's got the set should arrive on Saturday or Sunday, actually, the estimated arrival. But you know, we'll see. All right. Yep. What I should definitely do is bookmark the site with the manual. Because I definitely do not want to have to redo this, to do this search again. It is. And the odds are I'll forget where I find it. I'll forget the search that gave it to me. And I'll just be floundering the entire time. You have to go, Pinichi? Alrighty, well, thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. nothing around Stockholm that's touristy. Yeah, it's still a day. Okay, that's ought to be. Got that. Stockholm itself. Okay, you're all selling stuff, which means that. 20? Really? Could have sworn there was 2 reasons. Nope, just one. Lee is currently on. All right. Oh, I have set that up. And if they're still on, we'll right there. Alrighty. I am going to bring the stream to an end a little early today. And we will raid Lee. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mightier Step. And in the afternoon, the Hunter's Creed. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good weekend when it arrives. And